Majority Leader. Page 3. Sir Chair. Dito na page.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on February 4, 2025 and consider the same as approved.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on February 4, 2025 and consider the same as approved. Any objection? There being none, the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on February 4, 2025 is dispensed with and the same is considered approved. All right, today the Committee on Foreign Affairs will deliberate on the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazero as Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. May we invite Secretary Lazero to come forward and take the designated seat, please. May we now hear the Commission Secretary's report on the additional pertinent information relative to the nomination under consideration in compliance with the rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. The nomination of Secretary Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro was received by the Secretary on June 9, 2025 and was forthwith referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs by the CA Chairperson Francis Cheese G. Escudero on even date pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission.
Mr. Secretary, can you define what forthwith means?
As soon as practicable, Your Honor.
All right.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the nomination under consideration was published on June 10, 2025 in 2 newspapers of general circulation and was broadcast over PTV4 on June 10, 2025 at 1:47 p.m. pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the rules of the standing committees. Secretary Lazaro has complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements on June 10, 2025, as provided for in Section 24, Chapter 4 of the new rules of the Commission. No sworn opposition was filed on the nomination of the nominee. That is all, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, considering that the notice for the consideration of the nomination today was only issued yesterday, 10 June 2025, which is less than 5-day notice required under Article 4, Section 1 of the Rules of Standing Committees, I move that the body waive the 5-day notice of meeting requirement for the consideration and nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, considering that the publication for the consideration of the nomination today was only published on 9 June 2025, which is less than the 7-day publication as required under Article 2, Section 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees, I move that the body waive the 7-day publication requirement for the consideration of the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is hereby approved. Mr. Secretary, please administer the oath to Secretary Lazaro.
Madam Secretary, please raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings? So help you God. Mr. Chair, the nominee is under oath.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Lazaro, you may now proceed with your introductory statement if you have any.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning again, Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments. It is an honor for me to appear before this august body to share my thoughts about Philippine foreign relations amidst current global realities, one that is characterized by complexities in geopolitics influenced by both benign and malign state and non-state actors, shaped by opportunities and threats from rapid technological advances, among others. Your Honor, the next 3 years will be even more consequential for the Philippines as we intend to raise our stature and carve out a more prominent role for the Philippines in the regional and global stage through active involvement in multilateral undertakings. As the Philippines chairs the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, in 2026, next year, intensified efforts will be undertaken towards developing a more innovative, responsive, integrated, stable, and progressive and people-centered ASEAN community. Our ongoing candidature for a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council for the term 2027-28 will enable us to continue our advocacy of pursuing dialogue and diplomacy as reliable and credible means towards peace, justice, and development. Together with the dedicated personnel of the Department of Foreign Affairs, I plan to effect improvements in the DFA's performance of its core and primary mandates, including in the efficient delivery of consular and related services for our nationals, both here and abroad. To conclude, Mr. Chair, I seek the support of the Commission to allow me to assist the President in navigating the complexities of our global environment while implementing his foreign policy thrusts and initiatives through pragmatic diplomacy in furtherance of the goals and aspirations of the Filipino people. I want to emphasize lastly that being, and probably the most important one, that I intend for the DFA to let our people know in simplest and most tangible terms how what we do in the DFA will positively affect their lives. For foreign policy needs to be clearly understood and benefit the very people foreign policy serves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Lazaro. Are you ready to answer queries from the members of the commission, Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The nominee is now ready to respond to any comment or question from the members of the commission. Anybody from commission who wishes to ask questions? From the House contingent? Wala. Senator Risa? All right. Please proceed.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, Secretary. Umaga pa po, Mr. Chair. 11:57. Nabanggit nyo nga po yung UN Security Council bid natin. So the Philippines is currently lobbying for a seat on the UN Security Council, which seat would give the Philippines its highest profile platform to protect our entitlements under the UNCLOS. So paano po ba natin magaling na masuportahan yung bid natin para sa non-permanent seat na iyan sa council? At kung makuha nga natin yung seat, paano natin maleleverage ito para depensahan yung vital strategic interests ng ating bansa sa West Philippine Sea, Secretary?
Thank you, Your Honor. Salamat po. Your Honor, well, yung sa una po yung tanong kung paano tayo makakatulong to be able to get that seat, the best explanation is the fact that Secretary Enrique Manalo is now in the UN in New York, and because he will be hosting the Philippine National Day tomorrow. This is an opportunity for the Philippines to invite probably all the members of the United Nations and to tell them about, of course, the strengths of the Philippines in this particular time that we are running for the Security Council. Malapit na po, elections will be in June next year, and of course, when we assume the 2027-2028 position, hopefully, if we win. Ngayon, ang pangalawang tanong niyo po, Your Honor, is paano natin to how will this affect the West Philippine Sea? I think being in the as a member, non-permanent member of the UN Security Council is already a significant achievement because you're in the center of gravity in the United Nations, probably in the global forum, and your voice will be heard. You may not be the one is not a permanent member, but the fact that we're there, we were voted upon by a good number. Actually, the number is 2/3 of the total population, or rather, voting members of the United Nations, and that itself is a testament of the the of how the Philippines has been performing regionally and globally. And I think this will be a very good opportunity for us to really tell the world that we are in that best position, and the issues that we have, particularly the West Philippine Sea, is something that we will be vigilant about and to continue our thrusts on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Before you continue,
Minister.
Senator,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Lauren Legarda. Please continue.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And of course, Secretary, in that global forum of the United Nations kung saan malakas din mag-groundwork yung pinakamalaking katapat natin sa West Philippine Sea, not just in our region but in other regions, including Africa and other regions as well. It's a bigger pond or a bigger ocean to highlight our interests and our rights, our signal victory at The Hague from within our region. So mate-telescope ito sa global community. Salamat, Secretary. Dako na po ako, Mr. Chair, sa multilateralism in the Indo-Pacific. So U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently met with your predecessor to reaffirm the U.S.-Philippine alliance in the Indo-Pacific, increase economic cooperation, and explore new opportunities for cooperation with regional allies and partners, including trilaterally with Japan through the Luzon Economic Corridor. Nga lang, yung US government mismo, parang dumadaan din sa particularly volatile period. So, paano po natin i-manage yung volatility na ito habang sinusulong natin yung multilateralism sa Indo-Pacific?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just respond immediately. The idea here is that multilateralism is the way to go towards the volatility of certain nations, well, in this case, the United States. And I think this is the very element that can help sustain, maintain the situation that, but there is such a grouping. It's not only multilateralism, there can be also the minilateralism that is happening, the AUKUS, the Quad. These are the number of minilaterals or organizations, mini organizations that are helping try to take the right road. Actually, just want to add, Your Honor, that one of them is the trilateral dialogue between among the three countries, United States, Japan, and the Philippines. In our discussions with both of these two friends of ours, United States and Japan, we informed them that if you want us to be strong, secure on a security basis, then you have to make us economically strong. Thus, the Luzon Economic Corridor. And actually, Your Honor, the LEC is no longer just confined among the three. We have many European countries as well as other Asian countries who have already shown interest. And this Luzon Economic Corridor is probably one of the best things that is unraveling and happening in our midst. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much also, Secretary. At na-appreciate ko po yung consistency dun sa points nung sagot nyo sa unang tanong ko at itong pangalawang tanong nung sinabi nyo na multilateralism itself is the way to go vis-a-vis volatility. Multilateralism providing an added element of stability in the volatile situation. I sense that dun sa sagot nyo about how we engage China in the West Philippine Sea, and then how we relate with a traditional and renewed ally in the US na medyo magulo yung dinadaanan ngayon. Even in that sounds exciting project of the Luzon Economic Corridor, at least kung tayo at ang Japan ay in other aspects mas o less volatile kesa sa US ngayon in that aspect, that can provide an element of stability sa Luzon Economic Corridor project, and then again radiating outward from that dun sa larger world, including where the US is. At saka na-appreciate ko rin po yung pagbanggit nyo sa mga minilaterals. Alam nyo na nga po na live streamed itong hearing namin kasama nyo, and magandang education po ito sa amin na mga mamamayan sa kung sa anong mga bagong paraan din kumikilos ang DFA at ang DFA Secretary. I only learned about that concept of minilaterals also recently, and I think it's a good public education para sa ating mga kababayan, not just in terms of state to state, but people to people as well. And lastly, at this point, ayun, appreciate ko yung sinabi nyo na kino-communicate nyo sa allies natin na in order for us to be strong security-wise, we also need to be strong economically. Dako na po ako, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa Deep Sea Minerals Treaty. Advancements in remotely operated and underwater vehicles mean that harvesting deep sea resources is becoming economically feasible. Recently, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the world should not let the deepest oceans, quote, become the Wild West, close quote, at the start of a global summit on the seas in France. The International Seabed Authority, which has jurisdiction over the ocean floor outside national waters, is proposing a global mining code to regulate such deep sea mining. So ang tanong ko po, paano natin best na ma-advance yung mga interes ng bansa natin sa emerging field na ito?
Thank you, Your Honor. This particular treaty, deep sea minerals, this is an interagency concern, particularly with our DOE, DNR, and many others. And the situation is such that the International Seabed Authority is probably the international organization that is really handling the situation. Our position here is that science should be very much part of this treaty, because science will point out to the many aspects that will concern this global mining, or the proposals, the many proposals concerning this deep sea minerals treaty. So we're very much active. We are actively engaged in the ISA, in the International Seabed Authority, especially so this is very much part of UNCLOS, and therefore we do have experts, and growing number of experts in the bureaucracy as well as our academe who are actively involved in this very new concept for us. But I guess we have to be prepared for this. As you said, marami po tayong malalaman at maintindihan kung tayo ay adept in this very issue. But Your Honor, just to tell you that we're very much involved, actively involved with the International Seabed Authority on this particular matter. Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's very good to hear that, Secretary, na yung magnitude at saka yung intensity ng involvement ng Pilipinas through the DFA in this treaty-making process. Lalo na, gaya ng pinoint out ninyo, yung engagement natin sa International Seabed Authority is so closely tied with yung pinaninindigan nating UNCLOS in really trying to push a rules-based resolution of the conflicts or potential additional conflicts in the West Philippine Sea, or the whole South China Sea. At salamat dun sa pagbibigay diin ninyo na science should be very much part of this. Yes, please. Evidence-based policy making on our part and program formulation and implementation on the part ninyo po sa executive. Yung huling paksa ko na lang po, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa nabanggit nyo na rin kanina, Secretary, na ASEAN trade. So ASEAN has recently concluded negotiations on upgrading the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement or the ATIGA and the China-ASEAN Free Trade Area or the CAFTA. So pwede po bang magbigay ang Honorable Secretary sa komiteng ito ng update sa mga negosasyong ito?
Well, Your Honor, the main agency that has been conducting the negotiations is actually the Department of Trade and Industry. But we've in many meetings of senior officials and the foreign ministers, these are very important agreements, particularly the Artiga. And although there's still a number of FTAs that are being negotiated with Korea, with I'm sorry, I lost track, but there are about 4 or 5 of them that are still going on. We are very much involved in this ASEAN trade agreements. We are of the view that, if there are certain situations such as what has happened in terms of tariffs, then the most important element for us to survive is intra-ASEAN trade. And I think this is how we should go on with situations that may be difficult in the international trade arena is intra-ASEAN. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you also, Secretary. And I hope that in addition sa government officials in these negotiations, i-maximize din po ng DTI and with the support of DFA yung participation, yung inputs mula sa private sector at pati na po sa civil society, which alam niyo po siguro has historically taken a very great interest sa mga free trade agreements, lalo na dahil kapag nagsusulong ng mga fair trade elements ng mga free trade agreements. And lastly, salamat po sa pagbanggit nyo sa tariffs. In a way, kaugnay ito ng volatility ng US or ng US government or particularly ng US President. I was also recently in a panel discussion with the Foreign Correspondents Club in Thailand, and ganon din nila fine-frame yung paano tayo pwedeng tumugon bilang mga Asians o mga Southeast Asian nations very much through intra-ASEAN trade, though we are also competing with each other. Pero okay lang kung kayang ang tawag mo doon, kung kayang pagsamasamahin, agglomerate yung interest, some competing, some overlapping. So interesting din sa akin yung binanggit nyo kaninang minilaterals. Then baka as some kind of a trade, not block, but community or region, pwede nating mas pahupain ng konti yung volatility and create a better environment for formulating an ATIGA or a CAFTA and allow these to also contribute to greater prosperity and stability in our region. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chair, yung mga tanong ko at maraming salamat po sa inyo, Secretary, and advanced congratulations sa confirmation. Mabuhay po.
Thank you, Senator Risa.
Oh, okay. Next.
Senator
Go ahead. Thank you.
Congressman Padiernos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, the DFA 2025 budget is 27.37 billion, allocate significant funds to diplomatic and consular programs. What reforms or innovation will you pursue to promote fiscal transparency, digitalization, and results-based governance across DFA's foreign service posts and attached agencies?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's really something that I should be studying, but offhand po, Your Honor, I think there should be, the law has not been passed yet, but right sizing is one of the the elements that I'm thinking of. I think there should be less overlapping of certain offices, but I would not, at this point of time, Your Honor, I hope you understand that I still have not really seen the whole the governmental machinery of DFA by itself, but in due time, I'm very conscious of what you're saying, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anyway, at least advanced lang naman po yan. And I believe dun sa mga narinig ko sa inyo, you're very much qualified. And follow-up question, Mr. Chair. In 2026, the ASEAN Summit will be hosted by the Philippines. What initiatives do you intend to prioritize to ensure we deliver a successful summit and elevate our country's global standing?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Department of Foreign Affairs is really ready, and we're just waiting for Malaysia to finish its role as chair of ASEAN, and the Philippines is prepared to take the chairship of ASEAN. To your question, what are the priorities? It is still being developed, but we are of the view that we have three main cross-cutting issues. Peace and security is number one. Number two is maritime cooperation. And number three is climate change. Within these priorities, or whether these general priorities, we will be developing because we have three pillars: the political security pillar, the economic pillar, and the socio-cultural pillar. So with this in mind, then we will be able to develop many other aspects emanating from these priorities, as these are cross-cutting issues po.
Magaling si Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues in the Commission on Appointments, maganda umaga po ulit. It is with great pride that I am here today in full support of the confirmation of the appointment of an extraordinary public servant whose life work stands as a testament to excellence and integrity. She has devoted over 4 decades of her life to the Department of Foreign Affairs. Since joining the DFA in 1984, she has served in various capacities, steadily rising through the ranks. In 2011, she was appointed Assistant Secretary. In 2021, she became Undersecretary for Bilateral Relations and ASEAN Affairs. And now she stands before us to lead the department as each secretary. Matagal na rin, pero karapat-dapat. Within the DFA, she is widely respected as the country's top negotiator with China and admired for her professionalism and leadership. In 2018, the DFA itself conferred upon her the Felipe Agoncillo Lifetime Service Award, one of the highest honors it can be bestowed, recognizing her decades of loyal and exceptional service. Naniniwala po ang inyong lingkod na talagang karapat-dapat ang ating pong nominee sa posisyong ito. Hindi lamang dahil sa kanyang sipag at tiyaga, pati rin po ang kanyang integridad at dedikasyon sa pagpapaunlad at pagpapatibay ng diplomatic ties ng ating bansa. I wholeheartedly express my full support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Maria Teresa Lazero as Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. I am certain that her appointment will undoubtedly contribute to the continued success of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Padierna. Senator Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me at the outset to convey my wholehearted support for the second female Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, an agency of government that I have been supporting. I agree with most, if not all, of the statements made by the good secretaries. Therefore, my questions will be not to make it difficult for her, but to just put matters on record, which I have long supported. I would also like to state that those in the hall today who are either being promoted or will be assigned to posts much later in the year also have my wholehearted support. I heard that the good secretary, let me just state that I support her for many reasons, but perhaps to simplify and to round up why. First, she rose from the ranks. She's career. Second, she's female. But it's not just because of that, because she is bright and highly educated, I'd say brilliant. And fourth, she has the discipline as required of the DFA and all public servants. And five, she understands not just policies and the law, but culture as well. And she's been very supportive of all our advocacies, not just because it's my advocacy, but because these are shared advocacies that we must have with other countries as well. And I refer to climate and culture and multilateralism and minilateralism and ASEAN centrality, which brings me to my questions. The issues of multilateralism and minilateralism and ASEAN centrality were discussed in the Shangri-La dialogue, not of late, but maybe 2 years ago, when there was, and this is the International Institute for Strategic Studies based in the UK, and there's a Shangri-La dialogue every June where I was invited as a speaker 2 years ago. Of course, I'm not the head of state. It's usually the heads of state who are invited, but I was honored to be a speaker there 2 years ago. And the subject matter was Asia-Pacific minilateralism and ASEAN centrality, and how are we able to balance that? Definitely we cannot, and it's really old school to think about the world as East and West. And we know that all these geopolitical landscape has been changing, especially because of flashpoints in different parts of the world. But where is the DFA, Madam Secretary, insofar as multilateralism is concerned, insofar as Asia-Pacific minilateralism and ASEAN centrality? How do we balance this if they are considered not aligned with each other? And will ASEAN centrality be a subject matter perhaps in our ASEAN chairship next year? Because you mentioned the subject matters, and rightly so, which will include climate in the West Philippine Sea. But would ASEAN centrality be a subject matter, since it was very importantly included in the International Institute for Strategic Studies in the Shangri-La Dialogue of 2 years ago? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your initial statements. And in regards to your question, I go to your third question, ASEAN centrality. I think ASEAN centrality is a very, it's the underlying element of what ASEAN is all about. Since the years past when ASEAN, we are now what, 52 or 53 years old, ASEAN, but it is ASEAN centrality that has really given prominence to ASEAN as an organization, a regional organization. And therefore, it has been ingrained to the many ASEAN member states that for initiatives, for actions, for projects to prosper, it should be the principle of ASEAN centrality should be there. So with regards to your question, ma'am, if Your Honor, if ASEAN will be an issue, it is no longer an issue because it is in the very, very depths of what ASEAN is all about. And therefore, in our chairship in 2026, it is ASEAN centrality that will be governing our moves and our actions during our chairship.
That, Mr. Chair, Madam Incoming Secretary, now, how do we balance ASEAN centrality and multilateralism as a traditional term that's been used, and minilateralism of the Asia Pacific? Or does this all align? Because of course, multi and minilateralism are entirely different, but what is the DFA's position regarding Asia Pacific, or perhaps let's broaden it into Indo-Pacific minilateralism? Are we exercising it? Are we taking advantage of minilaterals already? Or are we still doing all the multilateral negotiations? Is there any move towards minilateral initiatives that could align with our ASEAN centrality position?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would say that, first of all, the Philippines is a strong believer of multilateralism, of course, at a bigger and a grander scale. However, on a minilateral basis, there are certain countries that can align themselves. But again, if you say, how is it connected with ASEAN centrality? As a member of ASEAN, it's still a principle that we abide. In other words, to a certain extent, multilateralism, minilateralism, and ASEAN centrality can be aligned, and we try to adhere to that concept.
For example, we're all in ASEAN, but perhaps there are interests for the Philippines that may not be aligned with Laos. Just an example, and I will not state which issues, because we know the countries that are perhaps friendlier with Laos, and that could be the aggressor country that could be threatening us in the West Philippine Sea issue. And while we want ASEAN to be solid in terms of decisions we make, we know that it's broken sometimes. We're not as solid as we wish we were because of other powers supporting other ASEAN neighbors. I'm not certain if this will be discussed in our chairship. I don't like to belabor the point. So while it seems like multilateralism and minilateralism are opposing views, but perhaps it is correct in saying that there are, on certain issues, minilaterals are essential as long as we believe that it is our national interests and ASEAN centrality that should prevail. Okay.
Ma'am, actually, you're correct. But I just to react to what you said, ASEAN member states have different affiliations. But the affiliations it's present for all of us ASEAN member states. However, the ASEAN centrality concept is being adhered to because that's the only thing that can gel these ASEAN member states. In fact, I mean, just to give you that notion that we are more than 50 years old. I mean, ASEAN is a regional organization, but there has been no major conflict that has happened in this region. Of course, there are certain issues every now and then, but I guess we point out to the ASEAN centrality, the principles of ASEAN, non-interference, consensus building, and so forth. These are the principles that has been it has been ingrained. I would like to use that word again, and that makes us a very strong organization.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification that ASEAN centrality has been ingrained, if not mainstreamed, in how we think, how policies are made among us ASEAN nations. Yes. I proceed to what happened, was it a week ago when the United Nations was not able to secure a ceasefire in Gaza, in Palestine, yes, because of the lone dissenting vote, which is the United Nations. I feel very strongly about this, and may I know the Philippines, the DFA's stand on the genocide that's continuing in Gaza.
But basic
Yeah.
elements of the Philippine position towards Gaza is we are believer of a two-state principle. That is, we have been adhering to that, and that's even the reason why we have a Palestinian embassy here for more than so many years, because we adhere to that two-state principle. Second is we again look into this issue in the Middle East, that it should be through peace and dialogue. It should be governed by the diplomacy and peaceful resolution. In this particular situation of what you have just mentioned, Your Honor, the UN has its own unique views. Although in the Security Council, of course, there is such a thing as a very strong veto power. I think it has now gone to the General Assembly. Well, there will be discussions. I think I'm not very sure about the procedure, but if there is one country which has the veto power, then it will cascade down to the UNGA, and discussions will be made. And there we will have the opportunity to speak on our position on Gaza.
Allow us to be enlightened on the process, because the US was the lone dissenting vote. That's why no ceasefire was secured. But it will now go to the UNGA, to the General Assembly. How many votes do we need to secure a ceasefire? Because last year, there was already a ceasefire. Then the ceasefire lapsed, right? That was because of the vote in UNGA, in the General Assembly, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? So when is the vote for a ceasefire in the UNGA, and how many votes are needed? Is it a majority or 2/3?
I'll be very honest, I don't know the exact
Maybe
procedure.
Neo is
Our
here?
UNEO
Yes.
person can respond to
Mm-mm.
that, please.
Ambassador Almuhela is here. Just if you know, how many votes are needed for us to secure a permanent or unilateral ceasefire in Palestine, in Gaza? And we had it before. We voted. I remember the Philippines first voted no, and I was so disappointed. I cried. And the second vote, the Philippines voted yes, and there was a ceasefire.
Yes.
And there will be another vote soon. Is that correct?
Good morning, honorable members of the CA, ma'am. Yes, following this, the failure of the UNSC to have a decision on a ceasefire, the UNGA will take a vote on a resolution, and most likely it's going to be adopted by a vote. But the difference between Security Council decisions and UNGA decision is that the UN Security Council decisions are enforceable. The UNGA has no enforcement effect.
Thus, no ceasefire. And even if it's brought to the UNGA, even if they get a majority vote, then it's only a recommendation
Yes.
or, yes, the views of the majority.
Yes, ma'am, but
Okay.
to elaborate on our position on the humanitarian situation, 2 weeks ago, we issued a statement addressing the decision of a certain country to prevent the operations of UN humanitarian action in Gaza. We called for the centrality of UN to provide humanitarian assistance in Gaza. I think many are aware that a certain country has prevented the UN system to lead the provision of this assistance. And also in February, the Philippines submitted a position on an ICJ proceeding questioning the legality of the decision of that country to prevent the UN ARWA from continuing its mandate as the sole and lead provider of assistance in the occupied Palestinian
Thank you for
territories.
that, Ambassador Almuela. You're correct. Even the headquarters of the UN ARWA has been bombed, and even hospitals, and it's truly heartbreaking and sometimes frustrating that we can't, and feel helpless that we can't do much except convey it in our statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll leave the topic because it could be forever.
Or Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of
Yes.
Senator Lauren, just a quick addition to what, because if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Lauren. I just want to join wholeheartedly in the line of questioning and manifestations of Senator Lauren. And it's funny to say this now because we are vying for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council. But in the years forward, I think our committee would appreciate knowing what the DFA is thinking and proposing about reforming of the UN system, the fate of that Security Council. I mean, why should any one country have veto power? Why should a council have enforcement power and not the General Assembly. That is the opposite of democracy that is supposed to be upheld by the United Nations. And lastly, the horrific situation that Senator Lauren is pointing out on the ground. Why should any one country be allowed to bar or even commit hostile actions against humanitarian activities that are the barest minimum of compliance even with international humanitarian law? So as to make that situation impossible, they are part of an armed conflict. They are conducting the genocide that Senator Lauren mentioned, and then they won't even allow relief activities. How can the world, how can the UN allow that? And of course, Senator Lauren, we have now Greta Thunberg among those detained and she said kidnapped on that humanitarian vessel.
She was
Salamat,
she's
Senator
now
Lauren.
back to her home country in
Okay,
Sweden.
thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Lauren.
But
Thank you,
you
Mr.
so
Chairman.
much, Senator Risa, for our shared advocacy on many things, including this one, which we're very passionate about. And I just hope that the Department of Foreign Affairs, while diplomacy should ensue, nothing stops us from being more forthright, perhaps more courageous in our statements, because we are a state that that promotes the humane treatment, to be very, very diplomatic in the use of word, that we should not tolerate the massacre of children and people lining up for food and aid to be killed and shot at. It's really, it's terrible. Yeah. And it's true what 21-year-old Greta Thunberg has said, that the world is watching, and states and governments that allow it and are quiet about it are complicit in this genocide. And I believe that the Philippines, as a government, the DFA, I don't think you will lose your jobs, or even us, when we speak about it, because we speak for the humanitarian needs of those who are in Gaza. I move now to another subject, which we discussed briefly while you were in session, the consular offices that are not manned by DFA. Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues in Congress, this is a national security issue. I am certain that Senator Ontiveros shares my concern. In hearings past, including POGO, there was information about fake birth certificates, and some were traced to those from either PSA or even DFA. And I would say, imposible ang sindikato nandyan sa DFA. So not just birth certificates, even eventually the issuance of passports. Upon further investigation, we saw that there were still the existence of consular offices that issues passports who are not manned by DFA consular officers. They're outsourced through LGUs or through private groups. At hindi to dumadaan sa DFA. So how can we be assured that those TOPS, we call it TOPS, temporary operating passport services, whatever. First, we should, I feel, I don't know if my colleagues agree, they should be phased out because this was done during the pandemic. Second, many anomalies have been traced to TOPS. In fact, may I request the DFA to submit to the Senate a report on all TOPS that were set up, those that have been closed, and those that were, upon investigation, were proven to have issued passports to those with fake birth certificates that eventually were linked to criminal syndicates operating as POGOs, because there were some. So may I know what is the process of phasing out the TOPS and making it legitimate consular offices like what we have in Antique, in Robinson's Mall? Meron dun consular office for passporting at least ang DFA. But controlled, I hope it's not a TOPS, controlled and operated on by the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You are precise when you said that the stops or temporarily off-sites were established because of the COVID situation at that time. However, we are very conscious of the so-called certain unusual activities that has happened, and therefore the TOPS has slowly been phased out, if I may say that. And I was informed by my colleagues that there are only two remaining, and that is Cebu, and that is in Cebu and SM North. And however, SM North. And however, I think, Your Honor, you are correct that as time progresses, we will be discussing this issue with my colleagues.
No DFA official is in charge of these consular offices? How does it operate?
Again, if I can ask my colleagues.
And how can an outsourced group give out passports?
Our chief coordinator,
Isn't that a concern? Yes.
yeah, I will pass. Our chief coordinator will try to respond to that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, right now they are under the supervision.
Can you
of-
please identify yourself, madam?
Sorry. Mr. Chair, my name is Bernadette Fernandez. I'm the Chief Coordinator. I'm with the Office of the Secretary. And I beg your pardon, the existing TOPS right now, ma'am, are manned by DFA personnel, but they are under the supervision of the nearest consular office or satellite office. In the case of SM North, I think they are supervised by our SM in Mega Mall. And then the TOPS in the only one existing in the reclamation area in Cebu, this is supervised by our CO in Cebu.
What is the difference if it were a consular office of the DFA and TOPS? Because you said it's still supervised.
Ma'am, right
And
now,
how were they able to give passports to those with inauthentic birth certificates, if there was, based on the reports that I read? Thank you.
so right now, ma'am, if I may. Right now, the process is we are only able to process and encode. The issuance of the passports are still with our facility in Lipa. So after the processing and the encoding, there is still one more step of review before they're finally issued for printing.
So I hear, thank you very much. I hear you that you're in the process and that should be soon. And perhaps in the 2026 budget, unless you have it now, could you phase them out now and have your own consular offices instead of the TOPS
Your Honor,
by this year?
can we will discuss this.
If you have savings anyway.
We will try to
yes.
discuss this, but I know where you're.
I tried to make an
Yeah.
amendment, but it was deleted in the BICAM.
I see.
It would have been phased out this year in January if my amendment was not withheld, but it was canceled for reasons I don't know. And so therefore, you don't have the budget if it were a congressional insertion, but perhaps you would know it best. Only if you agree with my view, because I think it's a risk for passporting, at least, if we have it not as monitored as if it were a consular office.
Your Honor, one thing is definite from your statement that I think this should be really phased out.
Okay.
And however, to convert it into something else like a cultural office is something that we will continuously
Consular
consider. Yes,
office, yes.
yes, a
Okay.
consular office because of there's certain proximity from present consular offices, and that's the reason they just added it because it's because of that situation during that time. But
Okay.
ma'am, we will consider this seriously, particularly your recommendation.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our chief coordinator. My last question, Mr. Chair, would be on the pillars of diplomacy. I heard the good secretary mention about 3. All the while, I thought there were 4 already, because long ago, decades ago, we would always talk about cultural diplomacy as the 4th. But I heard the secretary mention 3. And so ano ba talaga ho? 4 dapat, di ba? Mm-mm.
Your Honor, actually, when
Yes.
I mentioned to the good congressman about the 3 pillars, that was the 3 pillars of ASEAN.
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 But
ASEAN
for
period.
our
But for
diplomacy.
us, it
yes.
has already been considered also that it's not 3, that's 4th because of the cultural diplomacy
yes.
aspect that you have
Oh, you mentioned about
introduced us.
ASEAN.
ASEAN,
Yes.
political, economic, socio-cultural.
Okay. Pero tayo apat. Yung pang-apat natin,
Is
ang cultural.
Yes.
Yes.
In a way, it's already being
Yes.
implemented.
And that's why an Office of Cultural Diplomacy was created because of that. And in fact, cultural diplomacy has been halved into public diplomacy and cultural diplomacy because cultural diplomacy is so strong and so important, and that is the essence of our soft power.
That's correct,
Okay.
Your Honor.
I said it would last, but this is my last. Okay. Because conversations with the DFA can run forever. Yes. How would you wield our soft power, being a female secretary and seeing that we've already initiated in decades past programs and initiatives to wield our soft power? So, as secretary, what are your plans? What are those that we can support? And how can you further wield our soft power? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
I've not really thought seriously on this, but it has something in my mind. But what I'm looking at, Your Honor, is the promotion of creative industries, which I think is something that that the Philippines is prominent, and this can be incorporated in to tell the world that we have the the expertise as well as the knowledge, the skills, among others. But this is just the initial view.
Thank you for your candor. Yes, of course, this issue of soft power is nothing new. And we've had in what you call the talk where I spoke in the DFA, what was my dialogo? Is it dialogo on Philippine studies? No, but there was one in the DFA where we also spoke about soft power. Yes. May I therefore suggest to the good secretary, only if you agree, I will not impose, that we must have not just a roadmap of soft power, but let us assess what we have, our resources. When I say resources, not physical or material, but our human resources, our creative resources, as we wield our soft power. So what we have done and what we are doing and what else we can do. And clearly, creative industries is a spec. There's climate, there's culture, andami, there's trade, yes, andami-dami. So I know that there's a draft soft power document of the Office of Cultural or Public Diplomacy, but you did it without consulting us. Okay, hindi naman pinapagalitan. Yes, I know that there was such a draft, and I learned about it from Congressman De Venecia. It would be best if the DFA would consult us in the Senate and in Congress as well, so that whatever your plans are, we can support and fund, right? So that the soft power of DFA, the roadmap, can also be mainstreamed in the other agencies, in NHCP, in NCCA, in DTI, even in DA, in the CCC for climate, and many others. So let the soft power be wielded not just by the Department of Foreign Affairs, but as an whole of government approach, even as we are the chair of ASEAN next year. As chair of ASEAN, let them see and witness how the Philippines has utilized soft power in years, if not decades past, and how we are doing it, and how we can do it for ASEAN, how ASEAN can wield such soft power, and perhaps see how other ASEAN nations are using it or doing it, programs and initiatives that we can learn from, and perhaps they have much to learn from us as well. So I leave that with the possibility of having a small informal group of the DFA and the Senate. And I would like to volunteer my office, since I've long initiated programs, as you know, to wield soft power to the world.
Your Honor, just to
Yes,
respond.
thank you.
I think it's an excellent idea. I think this is not only the DFA, but the whole of government, as you have mentioned, and certainly there will be consultations thereafter. And we can start with coming up with that informal group.
Yes, so that that roadmap will have bills and resolutions so that it can identify already existing laws that contribute to soft power, so that programs and initiatives can be funded and supported by the agencies, not just lumped in the DFA budget, right? Just like how we mainstreamed climate resilience in our national life and budget 10, 15 years ago, so must soft power, in my view. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the excellent recommendation,
Yes.
which we will eventually push for.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I thank you for the time, and it's always very enjoyable, enlightening, productive to speak with our esteemed colleagues in government from the Department of Foreign Affairs, my favorite government agency, but I say this also sometimes with DNR, all the other agencies, but especially because we have a very competent nominee in our midst. With that, I give my wholehearted support to the good secretary and all of the ambassadors and nominees present here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lauren Legarda. Secretary Lazaro, there are still members of this committee who manifested their interest to propound questions to you, but are still unavailable as of this moment, as there is still an ongoing deliberation in another committee. Anyway, to save us time, I propose that we proceed with the other nominees or other appointees under consideration today. Majority Leader.
In view of the manifestation of the chair of the committee, I move that in the meantime, we excuse Secretary Lazaro and proceed with the consideration to the other nominees appointees.
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Okay, the committee will also deliberate on the nominations and interim appointments of 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely Maria Teresa Torres Almojela, Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Germany. Arvin Reyes de Leon, Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United Mexican States, with concurrent jurisdiction over Belize, Republic of Costa Rica, Republic of Cuba, Republic of El Salvador, Republic of Guatemala, Republic of Honduras, Republic of Nicaragua, Republic of Panama, and the Dominican Republic. Bilisan natin habang wala pa yung mga ano. Alan Lazaro Deniega, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Poland with concurrent jurisdiction of the Republic of Lithuania and Ukraine. Bernadette Therese Chu Fernandez, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea. Evangeline Ong Jimenez Ducro, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations in Jakarta, Indonesia. The ad interim appointments: Ana Maria Layugan Hernando, Chief of Mission Class 2. Arlene Tulid Magno, Chief of Mission Class 2. Bolivar Raudet Bao, Career Minister. Ferdinand Pantas Flores, Career Minister. Jose Luzanta Garcia III, Career Minister. Gilbert Lieva Sagara, Career Minister. Jose Carlo Grimaldo Morales, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Christian Louis Amisola Belleza, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Frances Luisa Carion Cleofas, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Junalyn Gift Culiso, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Lacer Blitz Banyes Sumagaysay, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. All right. Those present online with request for waiver of personal appearances from the DFA. Robert, if your name is mentioned, please stand up so we can recognize you. Roberto Gutierrez Manalo. Where are you? Chief of Mission Class 2. As non-resident ambassador to the Republic of Kazakhstan, Greeks, how do you pronounce this? Republic and the Republic of Tajikistan, in addition to being ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Islamic Republic of Iran, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Turkmenistan and the Republic of Uzbekistan. Where are you, Ambassador Manalo? All right. Kasama ko yan sa Uzbekistan. Anyway, Marie Charlotte Golimtang. Can you please kindly raise your hand, please? Oh, there. Chief of Mission Class 2 as non-resident ambassador to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. In addition to being ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary to the Republic of Kenya, with concurrent jurisdiction of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of Malawi, Republic of Seychelles. I hope my pronunciation is right. Federal Republic of Somalia, Republic of South Sudan, United Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Uganda, Republic of Rwanda, Republic of Burundi, and Union of the Comoros. All right. Next, Marshal Luis Macabale Alferez, Chief of Mission, Class 1. Are you there? Please raise your hand. Wala. Okay, ayun. Neil Frank Rivera Ferrer, Chief of Mission Class 1. Please raise your... All right. Marian Alfonso Padua, Chief of Mission Class 1.
Present, sir.
All right. Paki-on na lang yung inyong audio. Marford Mopera Angeles, Chief of Mission Class 2.
Present, sir.
All right. Indira Consinya Banyara, Chief of Mission Class 2.
Present, sir.
All right. Adrian Elmer Soriano Cruz, Chief of Mission Class 2.
Present, sir.
Are you in New York right now, Adrian?
Yes, sir, I am, sir.
All right, thank you. Micah Magnolia Maog Fisher, Chief of Mission Class 2.
Present, sir.
All right. Donna Musa Rodriguez, Chief of Mission Class 2.
Present, sir.
Regina Angeli Ambrosio Carlos, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
Regata Marie Antonio Escutin, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Joanna V. Demirin Arbado, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
Adrian Audrey Lorenzo Bacay, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
Don Erwin Cruz Bagaporo, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
John April Marie Paz Bruno, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
Monica Remsi Serante Kalangian, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
Renee Gail Miralles Chua, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Mark Anthony Prado Dizon, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Crystal Ann Saking Dunuan, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Leslie Escusura Bustamante, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Mr. Chair. Present, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
All right. Maria May E. Lactao Fabros, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Cara Denise Kalansingin Fraico, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Alea Marie Balyados Gica, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, what? Present, absent.
Present po, Mr. Chair.
Sandra Therese Christine Condes Giang, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present po, Your Honor.
All right. Joy Ann Basilonia Lai, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Diane Shane De La Fuente Lipana, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Emilio Ong Lopwe, Jr., Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Eloisa Katrina Villanueva Madamba, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Levi Anthony Buera Malaylay, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Fatima Mejilla Castillo Muelier, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, sir.
Patricia Delfina Rajos, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
All right. Teddy Edmund Tan Pavon, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Christian Hope Vicente Reyes, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Susan Fib Real Sabado, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Monera Fatima Lim Siriban, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Glenn Joseph de la Cruz Te, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Melissa Ann Macaranyag Telan, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Angelo Margo Elepaño Tolentino, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Leo Marco Cortez Vidal, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Lorenzo Chris Darita Vidal, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Are you related, Leo?
No,
Marco Vidal?
Mr. Chair.
Yes?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Hindi po.
Maricar Samson Yambao, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
And Sharon Viola Villasario Yap, Foreign Service Officer Class 2.
Present, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, please inform the body of the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements pursuant to the new rules of the Commission and rules of the standing committees and other relevant information pertaining to the 59 nominations and ad interim appointments under consideration.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, on 3, 25, and 27 March 2025 and 3 June 2025, your Secretariat received the respective nominations and ad interim appointments of 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. The nominations and ad interim appointments were duly referred to the Committee of Foreign Affairs by the Commission Chair and Senate President Francis Chis G. Escudero on 3, 25, and 27 March 2025 and 3 June 2025, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, the nominations and ad interim appointments under consideration were published on various dates in 2 newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Standard and the Manila Times, on various dates were broadcast and also broadcast over PTV4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committee. All 59 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs have complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements and at various dates as provided in Section 4, Chapter 4 of the new rules of the Commission. On May 9 and 2 and 9 June 2025, your Secretariat received 3 letters from HRMO, DFA, signed by Assistant Secretary Christopher B. Montero, dated 8 May 2025 and 2 and 6 June 2025, all addressed to the committee chairperson, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, requesting for the waiver of personal appearance of 43 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs who are currently assigned at various embassies and consulates. The said officials, in line with the government's austerity measures, are appearing online before this committee in today's hearing. Namely,
Maybe we can dispense with the reading of the names of the
thank you, Your Honor.
nominees, since I've already mentioned.
You mentioned already, as mentioned by
Yes.
the
All right. Thank you.
all, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you. Majority Leader. Page 8.
Mr. Chair, I move that the letters of HRMO DFA signed by DFA Assistant Secretary Christopher B. Montero, dated 8 May and 02 and 06 June 2025 addressed to the committee chairperson, Senator Estrada, requesting for the waiver of the personal appearances of 43 officials for reasons stated therein, and as reported by the CA Secretary, be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
An objection? Hearing none, motion's approved. Mr. Secretary, please administer the oath to the nominees and appointees,
Nominees, appointees,
including those present online.
raise your right hand. Please respond for the committee hearing. Also, those online, please turn on your microphone. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings? So help you God.
I do.
I do.
In these proceedings, so help me God.
Mr. Chair, the nominees and appointees are all under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Since I guess no one is going to ask questions unless Senator Legarda wishes to ask, I would like to acknowledge the presence of first Senator Grace Poe is with us online, and Senator Christopher Bongo. If there are no more inquiries or clarifications from the members, so bilisan natin. The majority floor leaders recognized.
Manifestation of support.
All right, Congressman Guico.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no question, but only to give the manifestation of support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of the 59 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, I support the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the 59 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. These individuals have shown competence, integrity, and commitment to advancing the national interest through our diplomatic service. At a time when our country faces complex regional and global challenges, we need a capable and principled diplomats representing the Philippines abroad. I trust that their continued service will strengthen our foreign relations and uphold the welfare of our fellow Filipinos worldwide. Thank you and good afternoon. Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you, Congressman Guico. May I respectfully call on Attorney, sino ba ito? Eloisa Madambay online. Are you present online?
Yes, Chair, I'm online.
Yes. Can you please stand up so makita kita?
Sorry, Chair.
Sa dami ninyo. Ayun. All right. Where are you right now?
I'm in the permanent mission of the Philippines to ASEAN in Jakarta, Indonesia, Chair.
All right. Okay. There is I just received an email and opposing your confirmation. But this is not sworn, this is not notarized, and this is too personal. So I will not entertain this. Just to let you know that there is an oppositor. All right. I will
Thank you,
not read this because
Mr.
this
Chair.
is too personal. All right. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee recommends to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the ad interim appointment of 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs as listed in the agenda.
Maybe 58 because Secretary Lazaro is not yet here. Maybe we can confirm all these
After that, some suspension time.
the nominees. All right. There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and to confirm the ad interim appointments of 58 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely those who I've mentioned already. Tedious. 58, wala pa siya, diba? Wala pa si... 60. All right, the 59, I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
Motion, suspend.
Any objection? Hearing none, the nominations and ad interim appointments of the 59 aforementioned officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs are hereby recommended to the plenary session of the Commission on Appointments.
Mr. Chair,
Majority Leader.
motion to suspend.
Session is suspended. Hearing is hereby resumed. Majority Leader.
I move to recommend to the plenary to give its consent to the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Parino Lazaro as Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Can you please come forward? There is a motion to favorably recommend to the plenary session of the Commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareno Lazaro as Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Is there an objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations, Secretary Lazaro. Adjourn. 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 Majority Leader. To adjourn. Ano to adjourn? Sabihin mo lang, I move to adjourn.
There being no other matters to consider, I move to adjourn the meeting.
An objection? Hearing none. Hearing is hereby adjourned.
The 11th plenary session of the Commission on Appointments in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I ask Senator Christopher Bongo to kindly lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, sir. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us today in this chamber where we are called to serve the Filipino people. As we open this last plenary session of the Commission on Appointments in the 19th Congress, we ask for your divine guidance and wisdom. Lord, more than ever, we are reminded that unity is key in overcoming the challenges our nation faces. Help us as elected leaders to rise above our differences and work together with sincere hearts for the betterment of all Filipinos. May this body, the Commission on Appointments, which is one of the institutions that meets and works together regularly, inspire unity to all. Maging magandang halimbawa po ang CA sa pagkakaisa ng legislatura na makapagserbisyo sa mga Pilipino nang hindi inuuna ang politika. May we continue to serve the Filipino people and work as one. May this session be productive and purposeful, inspire us to always prioritize the welfare of our people, especially the poor, the sick, the hopeless, and the helpless. Teach us to listen with compassion and to act with courage, guided by the principles of justice and good governance. Bless our country, our fellow public servants, and every Filipino family. May each decision we make today reflect our commitment to a better and more inclusive future for all. Papasalamat din po kami sa mga magigiting nating sundalo, mga manggagawa sa gobyerno na nagsiservisyo at nagsasakripisyo para sa bayan. All this we ask in our most holy name. All this we ask in your most holy name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bagaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagilingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, may we now proceed to call the roll of members. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply and to proceed to call the roll of members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Mercedes K. Alvarez, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Christopher Bong T. Go, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Virgilio S. Lacson, Lauren Legarda, Roy M. Loyola, Mario Vittorio Marby A. Marino, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padjernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Po, Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Rafi T. Tulfo, Raul Buboy C. Tupas, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Joel Villanueva, Cynthia A. Villar, Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, The chairperson is present.
With 21 members present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this juncture, I move to defer the consideration and approval of the journal of the plenary session held yesterday, June 10, 2025. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Jose Ramon Pangilinan Aliling as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned appointment is now in order.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized as the chairperson of the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development.
The Honorable Villanueva is recognized to sponsor the appointee. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues of the Commission on Appointments. This morning, your Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development held a public hearing to deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Jose Ramon Pangilinan Aliling as Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. I now have the honor, Mr. Chairman, to sponsor the confirmation of his appointment to lead this very critical department at a time when we have significant pressing housing challenges. Secretary Aliling is a distinguished civil engineer, a principled leader, and a trailblazer in the construction management industry. His outstanding credentials, spanning both the private and public sectors, demonstrate his unparalleled expertise, integrity, and deep commitment to the national interest. Sa sobrang commitment po niya, Ginoong Pangulo, hindi pa rin po siya nakakapag-asawa. In the private sector, Mr. President, Secretary Aliling has built a stellar reputation as one of the most trusted and sought-after construction managers in the country. Under his leadership, the Jose Aliling Construction Management Group grew exponentially, managing landmark projects such as Shangri-La Resort and Spa in Boracay, Marco Polo Hotel in Ortigas, and Ayala Land's Trinoma Commercial Center. His firm was also the first in the Philippines to achieve triple ISO accreditation, setting a benchmark for excellence in construction management. In 2015, he received the Outstanding Young Men or TOIM Award of the Philippines for civil engineering, becoming the very first person to be honored in the category since the award's inception in 1959. Sir President, in the public sector, he has proven his mettle as a dedicated servant of the people. As Undersecretary of DSUD from 2022 to 2023, he spearheaded key initiatives to address the country's 6.5 million housing backlog, including the Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino or 4PH program and the Pasig River Revival Project. His leadership emphasized affordability, sustainability, and disaster resilience, earning him recognition for advancing the administration's housing agenda. As he takes the helm of DSUD, Secretary Aliling has outlined an 8-point agenda that will serve as the main focus of the department under his leadership. 1. Enhancement of the 4PH program. 2. Release of IRR for horizontal development. 3. Streamlined permitting through one-stop shops. 4. Digital transformation. 5. Improved coordination among key housing agencies. 6. Regular dialogue with private stakeholders. 7. Stronger consumer protection. And last but not the least, commitment to integrity and anti-corruption. Mr. President, beyond his professional achievements, Secretary Aliling is known in the community as a compassionate and socially driven individual. His philanthropic efforts aimed at uplifting communities include helping disadvantaged youth, supporting children with special needs, and providing pro bono construction management for churches. Mr. Chairperson, Secretary Aliling embodies the qualities of a visionary leader, a dedicated public servant, and a compassionate advocate for the Filipino people. His appointment as the DSUD Secretary stands as both a recognition of his expertise and a promise of empowering leadership in addressing the country's housing challenges. I therefore urge, Mr. President, this august body to confirm his appointment to enable him to keep advancing his vital work in providing adequate and affordable housing inclusive human settlements, and well-planned communities for every Filipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
The nomination speech of Senator Villanueva is duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, all seconding speeches of our dear colleagues, senators and congresspersons, request, Mr. President, is for all the seconding speeches to be inserted into the records.
There is a motion to allow the members to insert into the records their seconding speeches, whomsoever may so desire. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman. On this note, I move and reiterate the earlier motion of this representation of the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development, the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Jose Ramon Pangilinan Aliling as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion for the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Jose Ramon Pangilinan Aliling as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Any objection? Hearing none, the Commission hereby confirms the ad interim appointment of Mr. Jose Ramon Pangilinan Aliling as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Congratulations.
Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to Secretary Aliling. At this juncture, Mr. Chairman, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs, and the nominations of the ad interim appointments of 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, before we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, I move that the letters dated 8th of May, 2nd and 6th of June 2025 from the Human Resources Management Office, Assistant Secretary Christopher Montero, Department of Foreign Affairs, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of 43 officials in the department for reasons therein stated be approved. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the good gentleman from San Juan and Zambales, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. So move.
Senator Jinggoy Estrada is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues of the Commission on Appointments, it is with great pride and utmost confidence that I rise today to sponsor the confirmation of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. Secretary Lazaro is a paragon of excellence in the Philippine Foreign Service. Her remarkable career, spanning over 4 decades since she joined the Department of Foreign Affairs in 1984, reflects an unwavering dedication to the service of our country, the protection of our sovereignty, and the advancement of the national interest on the world stage. Throughout her distinguished career, Ms. Lazaro has held numerous key positions that underscore her capability, experience, and credibility as one of the most respected career diplomats in the country. She served with honor and distinction as ambassador to the Swiss Confederation, as ambassador to the French Republic and the Principality of Monaco, and concurrently as permanent delegate to UNESCO, where she ably championed Philippine interests in critical bilateral and multilateral fora. Upon her return to the Home Office, she took on the crucial role of Undersecretary for Bilateral Relations and ASEAN Affairs, later serving as Senior Undersecretary, where she became one of the most senior and trusted officials in the department. Her tenure in these positions were marked by strategic leadership in regional diplomacy, particularly in ASEAN, where she represented the Philippines in high-level meetings and contributed meaningfully to preparations for our assumption of the ASEAN chairmanship in 2026. Among her notable contributions was her pivotal role in managing tensions in the West Philippine Sea, including facilitating arrangements to ensure the continued resupply of Philippine personnel stationed at Ayungin Shoal. She has also worked tirelessly to build regional consensus on the long-standing efforts toward a rules-based code of conduct in the South China Sea, demonstrating her capacity for balancing assertive diplomacy with constructive engagement. Ms. Lazaro's credentials are equally impressive in the academic sphere. She holds a bachelor's degree in international studies from Miriam College and a Bachelor of Laws from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her commitment to excellence in public service was recognized in 2016 when she received the Dangal Nalipi Award, the highest honor conferred by the province of Bulacan to its most distinguished citizen. Her record is clear. She has served our nation with competence, integrity, and resolve, dignity and resolve. In this time of great geopolitical uncertainty, we need a seasoned hand, a strategic thinker, and a firm yet diplomatic voice to lead our foreign policy. Ms. Lazaro brings all these and more to the position of Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Maria Teresa Lazaro has proven herself worthy of this critical role. She possesses the gravitas, wisdom, and commitment that the post demands. I therefore respectfully urge this commission to confirm her appointment as Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. Now it is also with great honor to sponsor the confirmation and of the nominations and ad interim appointments of several distinguished officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs. These individuals have demonstrated exemplary professionalism, unwavering patriotism, and an unrelenting commitment to elevating the standing of the Republic of the Philippines on the global stage. Their diverse experiences span continents and cover an expansive spectrum of diplomatic, economic, and cultural engagement. These nominees embody the excellence and integrity that the Philippine Foreign Service is known for, and allow me to present their outstanding credentials and contributions. Number one, Arvin Reyes de Leon, Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the United Mexican States, with concurrent jurisdiction over Belize, Republic of Costa Rica, Republic of Cuba, Republic of El Salvador, Republic of Guatemala, Republic of Honduras, Republic of Nicaragua, Republic of Panama, and the Dominican Republic. Ambassador Arvin de Leon is a visionary public diplomat and leading architect of the Philippine soft power strategy. As Assistant Secretary for Public Diplomacy at the Department of Foreign Affairs, he has advanced the country's international profile through culture, education, and people-centered engagement. His leadership in launching the public diplomacy caravan has brought foreign policy closer to local communities, empowering citizens to connect with diplomacy. A steadfast advocate for overseas Filipinos, he has promoted modern consular services and cultural initiatives that strengthen the global Filipino identity. Ambassador De Leon's dynamic approach continues to shape a more inclusive, strategic, and people-driven Philippine diplomacy. Number two, Chief of Mission Class 1, Alan Lazaro de Niega.
With the permission of Senator Jinggoy Estrada. With the permission of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, can we act on the ad interim appointment, rather the nomination first of Secretary Lazaro, and then act omnibussly on the confirmation of the other DFA officials? Majority Floor Leader.
I submit, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, before I act on before I give a motion, Mr. President, let me just put on record that some of our colleagues wish to submit their seconding speeches in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. on the part of the secretary. And on that note, Mr. President, may I move that it be part of the journal of today's session. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, so included and made part of the records.
Mr. President, before I reiterate, sorry, Mr. President, the earlier motion made by the committee chairperson, the former Senate President, Senator Mig Zubiri, is seeking the floor.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Just 10 seconds of your time, Mr. President, when I was...
You may proceed.
Thank you
Your
very much. I just don't want to end the day today without thanking our Undersecretary, now Secretary Tess Lazero, for all the support that she gave us during the hosting of the Asia Pacific Parliamentary Forum, together with Ma'am, now Ambassador Angeline Jimenez Ducroc, who was with us every step of the way. We hosted, I think, one of the best ever APPF, so much so that hindi na po nagkaroon ng APPF after that. Hindi na yata po nila tinuloy kasi ang Pilipinas daw ay napakaganda at napakagaling. So, unfortunately, hindi natuloy. I also want to take also Ambassador Teresa Almuhela. So, Ma'am Teresa Almuhela, Ma'am Tess Lazaro, our secretary, thank you for helping me with the APPF. And the name I mentioned earlier, Ambassador Angeline Jimenez Ducroc, helped us in facilitating the meeting with then Prime Minister Kishida in Tokyo. So maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Inisahan ko na po lahat. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Thank you.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, the former Speaker of the House and former Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs is also seeking the floor. I move that we recognize Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, our Minority Leader.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you sa ating colleagues. I know we're in a rush, pero I think importante lang po to. I do support the confirmation of the nominee. I am very happy that not only a career diplomat is now going to be the next Secretary of Foreign Affairs, but a very able one. Very eloquently, the Senate President Pro Temp already mentioned a couple of things. I just want to highlight strategic thinker. One of the first things I was taught when I became Secretary of Foreign Affairs is that unlike politics, diplomacy is not a zero-sum game. Sa politika, kung kalaban mo sa eleksyon ng China, kalaban mo ng totoo yun, ng buong buo. Sa politika, kung ikaw ay dilaw, ikaw ay pula, ikaw ay puti, it's a zero-sum game. Kalaban mo Amerika, kalaban mo. In diplomacy po, hindi. Napakaraming aspeto ng diplomacy. Economic, nandyan po yung OFWs, nandyan po yung security. Minsan sa UN, yung kalaban mo, yun ang kakampi mo. So yun ang isang pinapasalamatan ko sa katulad ng ating susunod na sekretary na dinikdik sa amin, sa utak ko at ng mga sinama ko sa Department of Foreign Affairs na, sir, hindi katulad ng politika to ha. Kailangan parating nakakausap pa rin yung kabilang side. Kailangan parating baka may solusyon tayo. In that sense, Mr. President, may I urge the Secretary, I'm quite disappointed. I'm very thankful for Secretary Manalo. I'm happy that he was given a full chance to be the SFA. I think he did a terrific job. However, halos ibigay na natin lahat sa Amerika eh. Lahat na lang ng hiningi nila sa Pilipinas. Etong huling 2 kalahating taon binigay natin. Tapos may green card na. Dekada-dekada na nasa Amerika, i-deport nila. Yung ibang citizens na, nahaharas pa. Yung iba ng mga estudyante ng mga Pilipino hindi makauwi ngayon. Dahil baka daw pag umuwi sila on student visa, tanggalin na yung visa nila. Eh bakit pa tayo nakikipag-alliance ng husto? At wala akong naririnig. Wala akong naririnig kay Ambassador Romualdez. Wala akong narinig sa DFA. May narinig ako sa Senate President na nagsabing, ano ba kayo, dideport nyo rin yung Pilipino? Di nyo pa ibabalik sa Pilipinas? Sa Libya nyo pa dadalhin? Okay lang sa Pilipino yun, maraming Pilipino sa Libya. Pero ganun ba ang turing sa isang kakampi? I will not elaborate on that. We have the session for that. Second point lang, Mr. President. The second thing that I was taught is like politics. Like politics naman po, like politics. There are no permanent friends, but there are permanent interest. And the reality is the West, America, may mga permanent interest tayo. Pero China is also our neighbor. So may mga interest din tayo. And the last point I want to make is that relationships matters. Our dear Secretary, incoming Secretary, has a lot of relationships. Aasa po kami sa iyo na yung mga difficult na inavigate ngayon ng Coast Guard, ng AFP, ay nandyan ang DFA para umalalay. Thank you for this time, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr.
Majority
Chairman,
Leader.
may we reiterate the earlier motion of the committee chairperson, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, that the commission gives its consent to the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion duly seconded for the commission. Kindly rise, Madam Secretary. There is a motion duly seconded for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the commission hereby gives its consent to the nomination of Ms. Maria Teresa Pareño Lazaro as Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs. Congratulations, Madam Secretary. Chair now recognizes once again Senator Jinggoy Estrada to continue
Thank you,
with
Mr.
his nomination speeches.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can I just dispense with the reading of the credentials of all the 59 Foreign Service officials?
I was waiting for you to do that, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I'll just read their respective designations, Mr. President.
Please, the gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alan Lazaro de Niega, Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Poland with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Lithuania and Ukraine. Number 3, Bernadette Therese Chu Fernandez, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Korea. Number 4, Maria Teresa Torres Almojela, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Germany. Number 5, Neil Frank Rivera Ferrer, Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 6, Marshal Luis Macabale Alferez, Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 7, Mary Ann Alfonso Padua, Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 8, Roberto Gutierrez Manalo, Chief of Mission Class 2. Chief of as non-resident ambassador to the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and the Republic of Tajikistan. In addition to being ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Islamic Republic of Iran, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Turkmenistan and the Republic of Uzbekistan. I think he is present online. Marie Charlotte Golim Tang, Chief of Mission Class 2, as non-resident ambassador to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. In addition to being ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Republic of Kenya, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of Malawi, Republic of Seychelles, Federal Republic of Somalia, Republic of South Sudan, United Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Uganda, Republic of Rwanda, Republic of Burundi, and Union of the Comoros. Number 10, Evangeline Chu Ong Jimenez Ducro, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the Association of Southeast Nations in Jakarta, Indonesia. Number 11, Marford Mopera Angeles, Chief of Mission Class 2. Number 12, Indira Consigna Banyares, Chief of Mission Class 2. Adrian Elmer Soriano Cruz, Chief of Mission Class 2. Micah Magnolia Maog Fisher, Chief of Mission Class 2. Arlene Tullid Magno, Chief of Mission Class 2. Donna Musa Rodriguez, Chief of Mission Class 2. Ana Marie Layugan Hernando, Chief of Mission Class 2. Olivar Laudet Bao, Gilbert Lleva Sagara, Ferdinand Pantas Flores, Jose Luzanta Garcia, the third, all for career ministers. Jose Carlo Grimaldo Morales, Foreign Service Officer Class 1. Regina Angeli Prado Ambrosio Carlos, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Regeta Marie Alindogan Antonio Escutin, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Joanna V. Demirin Arbado, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Adrian Audrey Lorenzo Bacay, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Dan Erwin Cruz Bagaporo, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Christian Louis Amisola Belleza, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. John April Marie Paz Bruno, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Monica Remsi Serante Kalangian, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Renee Gail Miralles Chua, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Frances Luisa Carrion Cleofas, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Mark Anthony Prado Dizon, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Crystal Ann Saking Dunuan, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Leslie Cedillo Escosura Bustamante, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Maria May Ilactao Fabros, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Cara Denise Calansingin Fraico, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Alea Marie Balyados Gica, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Sandra Therese Christine Condes Giang, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Joy Ann Barcelonia Lai, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Diane Shane de la Fuente Lipana, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Emilio Ong Lopwe Jr., Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Eloisa Catrina Villanueva Madamba, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Fatima Mejillo Castillo Mueller, Foreign Service Officer Class 2. Patricia Delfina Rajos, Teddy Edmund Tan Pavon, Christian Hope Vicente Reyes, Monera Fatima Lim Siriban, Junalyn Gift Kuli So, Laser Blitz Banyes Sumagaysay, Glenn Joseph de la Cruz Te, Melissa Ann Macaranyag Telan, Lorenzo Chris Darita Vidal, Leo Marco Cortez Vidal, Maricar Samson Yambao, Sharon Buella Villasario Yap, Levi Anthony Buera Malaylay, Angeli Margot, Elipanio Tolentino, and finally Susan Phoebe Real Sabado, all Foreign Service Officers Class 2. Mr. Chair, these esteemed colleagues and Foreign Service Officers reflect the finest traditions of service, leadership, and dedication to our country. Their collective achievements reinforce the Philippines' commitment to responsible, forward-looking, and principled foreign engagement. I respectfully urge this august body to confirm their nominations and add interim appointments, confident that they will bring even greater honor to the Republic of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jinggoy. Mr. Chairman, a number of our colleagues wishes to submit their seconding speeches in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. And on that note, Mr. Chairman, may I move that the written seconding speeches that will be submitted by the members of this commission be incorporated in the journal of today's session. I so move, Mr. Chair.
The nomination speech of Senator Estrada as well as the seconding speeches of our members, as moved by the majority leader, is hereby ordered to be entered into the records.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May we reiterate at this juncture the earlier motion of the committee chairperson, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, that the commission gives its consent to the nominations and confirms the ad interim appointments of the aforementioned 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before acting on the motion, Chair would like to request the nominees and appointees here present as well as those online to kindly rise. There is a motion duly seconded for the commission to give its consent to the nominations and confirm the ad interim appointments of the 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs as aforementioned. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the commission hereby gives its consent to the nominations and confirms the ad interim appointments of the aforementioned 59 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Congratulations. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, at this juncture, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense on the interim appointments of 118 generals, flag officers, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, before we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, I move that the letter received by the Commission on Appointments Secretariat on June 2, 2025 from the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, Major General Ramon P. Flores, requesting for a waiver of personal appearance of Colonel Chris Anthony Morales be approved. Colonel Morales is currently on ordinary leave, which he is spending abroad in Queens, New York, USA from May 24 up to June 14, 2025. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Jesus M. Romualdo. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Congressman JJ is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, distinguished guests. Mr. Chair, as we end our sworn duty here at the Commission on Appointments for the 19th Congress and journey onwards, please indulge me to express my sincerest thanks to the CA family, led by Attorney Myra Marie D. Villarica, the Armed Forces of the Philippines Office of Legislative Affairs through General Ahmad Omar Jr., my Congress and CA staff, and most especially the honorable members of this commission from the Senate and the House of Representatives with our Vice Chair, Representative Ramon Guico, and our chairperson of this commission, Senator Francis G. Escudero, and former chairperson, Senator Mig Subiri, for your strong support to the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Committee on National Defense. We have performed according to our constitutional mandate, meticulously evaluating the AFP officers whose appointments and nominations go through this Committee on National Defense through the eye of the needle to determine their fitness and qualifications. The Committee on National Defense has done its work with transparency and integrity. As chairman, again, my personal honor and privilege to stand among you and work with you, your honors. Daghan gyud kaayong salamat. Thank you very much for a very fulfilling 19th Congress with all of you. On that note, Mr. Chair, it is with great pride and respect that your Committee on National Defense, after thorough deliberation in a public hearing this morning regarding the fitness and qualifications of these officers, recommends for the Commission to confirm the interim appointments of the following. Mr. Chairman, your honors. Romel P. Roldan to the rank of Lieutenant General. Roman M. Dioso to the rank of Major General. Benedict D. Balaba to the rank of Major General. Elmer B. Soderio to the rank of Major General. Donald M. Gumiran to the rank of Major General. John G. Hugilon to the rank of Major General. Ramon P. Flores to the rank of Major General. Charles Merrick A. Villanueva to the rank of Commodore. Eugenio Julio C. Osias IV to the rank of Brigadier General. Edwin R. Salibad to the rank of Brigadier General. Honorle B. Brillantes to the rank of Brigadier General. Edgar L. Cato to the rank of Brigadier General. Edwin M. Nera to the rank of Commodore. Ricky P. Bunayo to the rank of Brigadier General. Louis L. Lincuna to the rank of Commodore. Melencio W. Ragudo to the rank of Brigadier General. Emmanuel L. Cabasan to the rank of Brigadier General. Gilbert Roy S. Ruiz to the rank of Brigadier General. Medel M. Aguilar to the rank of Brigadier General. Sigfred C. Tubalado to the rank of Brigadier General. Randolph P. Rojas to the rank of Brigadier General. Erwin G. Solomon to the rank of Brigadier General. Gilbert R. Ombos to the rank of Brigadier General. Sandro C. Alves to the rank of Brigadier General. Ismael P. Mandanas Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Nestor M. Pedro to the rank of Brigadier General Reserve. Guillermo T. Mabute Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Chris Anthony B. Morales to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army, with a waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Charlotte Jennifer D. Valdez to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alan T. Tria to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Gloven B. Lay to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Marlon T. Salvador to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jerome V. Cabigon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Noli L. Bagitan Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Benedict Harvey L. Hernale to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alejandro D. Malaran to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emmanuel R. Bugayong to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emmanuel R. Garcia to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Anthony G. Tan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Gladius C. Kalilan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emmanuel L. Dayasin Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Nolasco B. Cuderos Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jolifer S. Golosinda to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Orlando C. Ramos Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Joviglin S. Iskandor to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Dennis G. Guillermo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ernesto R. De La Rosa Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. J.J. T. Javines to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Fernando C. Incot to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Nelson B. Mico to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Oliver C. Logan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Paulo F. Bailon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Romel M. Calero to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jericho Roman P. Sasing, rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jacqueline T. Hamamoto to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Michael P. Colanta to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Michael N. Asuncion to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Peter S. Garciniego Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Enrique G. Rafael to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Rudyard E. Garcia to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jaime T. Ferrer to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. William O. Romero to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Giser M. Bautista to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Carlos B. Sangdaan Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Harry A. Balyaga Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Joseph Victor A. Pulmano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Philip N. Renovalles to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Gilbert L. Buado to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alvin V. Tanggilig to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Michael R. Cuenca to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alan Mitchell G. Belen to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Marani M. Ilagan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Delphine C. Consolacion Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Elenita H. Altamirano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jerome D. Peñalosa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Noel G. Pataray to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Manuel B. Estanilla to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Joshua A. Eri to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Giser Julius L. Molve to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Ingilberto A. Nioda Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Reynald J. V. Balanay to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Mark Anthony A. Yambing to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Emerson M. Rivera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Marson Joseph D. Mendoza to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Paul Anthony S.J. Yamamoto to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Charlie A. Domingo Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines. Paul Michael P. Chanova to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Alan B. Sonon to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Antonio V. Bosch to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Raymond F. Umbak to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Liberty C. Gamueta to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Marlon N. Nulyar to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Norman L. Ilumba to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Tyron Ryan S. Salakot to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Zyril S. Villacorta to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Emerson T. Namoka to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Ronel T. Rasiles to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Michael Anthony C. Ubaldo to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Jonathan T. Cauzon to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Jimar E. Hementiza to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Gabriel F. Ataiza to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Adrian Aristeo C. Enriquez to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Queenie Lida D.L. Jeronimo to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. May B. Maanyo to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Josefa Andrea G. Cornista to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Teresita R. Merioles to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Benny Dick C. Katangay to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Giselle F. Parlan to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Joel P. Carion to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Felix M. Abay II to the rank of Colonel, Veterinary Corps. Francis D.L. Herrera to the rank of Colonel, Medical Administrative Corps. Arvin M. Berino to the rank of Colonel, Medical Administrative Corps. Rosano M. Goricho to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Cheryl A. Soriano to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Nicole P. Camacho to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. Marian A. Monilla to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. Louis Marshall A. Ariola to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. Jessica Ann Marguerite R. Lacson Hizon to the rank of Colonel, Judge Advocate, General Service Reserve. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, a number of our colleagues wishes to submit their seconding speeches in writing. So on that note, Mr. Chairman, may I also move that the written seconding speeches that will be submitted by the members of this commission be incorporated in the journal of today's session. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Seconding speeches are considered inserted into the records.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. May we reiterate the earlier motion of the committee chairperson, Representative J.J. Romualdo, that the commission confirms the ad interim appointments of the aforementioned 118 generals, flag officers, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, the commission hereby confirms the ad interim appointments of the aforementioned 118 generals, flag officers, and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Congratulations, sirs and ma'ams. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, noting that this is the sine die adjournment of the sessions of the Commission on Appointments in the third regular session of the 19th Congress, I move that the body consider it as approved the journals of the sessions held today, June 11, 2025, and yesterday, June 10, 2025, subject to refinement and style. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned journals are considered approved.
Mr. Chairman, before my last motion for today, may we take this opportunity to thank the men and women of the Commission on Appointments headed by Secretary Myra Villarica. We sincerely thank all of you and appreciate your service to our country and people. Maraming salamat po. Mr. Chairman, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the session sine die. So moved.
Before acting on the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Chair would like to also thank the entire Commission on Appointments family for their dedication and hard work this past 19th Congress. The Chair would also like to thank the members of the Commission on Appointments, both from the House and from the Senate, for a job well done. In the past and last 2 weeks, we approved over 308 nominations and appointments coming from the executive. Tinamaan po kasi ng election ban yung mga appointments, kaya po nabinbin. Paumanhin din sa ating mga opisyal na inabot ng ganito katagal bago po namin na-aksyonan ang inyong mga paghirang at nominasyon. Subalit, ginawa po naman namin ang lahat na aming makakaya para matapos ito bago tuluyang magwakas ang ika-labing-siyam na Kongreso. Bago po namin tuluyang tapusin ito, maaari po ba naming hilingin pagkatapos mag-adjourn na yung mga nakumpirmang mga kalihim, gayon din mga opisyal ng DFA at mga opisyal ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ay samahan po kami dito sa harapan by batch upang magkaroon po tayo ng munting retrato kaugnay ng okasyon na ito. There is a motion to adjourn the session sine die. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Session is hereby adjourned sine die.